I don't think they'll be bad tonight. We ain't been out there on YouTube for a while, so.
I know. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Christopher, how you doing?
So are we broadcasting off of the Curtis Show? Are we on the Curtis Show tonight?
Yeah, we're. I didn't share them. I just added them to the page. We're on the 3 Truckers TV and the television and.
Okay. So make sure you title them The Curtis Show. The Curtis Show.
I did.
All right. Just sounds good. I just like it. The Curtis Show. I mean, it could be the next Rush Limbaugh, you know? Who knows? Well, I mean, we got a lot of conspiracy theories ourselves, don't we?
Yeah, we do. I'm scared to death.
Let's talk about some conspiracy theories. What's the audience want to talk about? Let's talk about some shit.
All right, everybody. Let's hear what you got. Kenny, start off. What you got?
Curtis was talking about the FBI there earlier. They moved 500 people from.
Kenny, I still can't understand your ass.
From D.C. up there to Huntsville, Alabama.
Did they?
Yeah.
There's just a lot of shakeup going on right now, and
it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And
you know what's funny? Out of all of this, right? You've got all of these protesters, right? The gay and lesbian protesting. You got all of the right, left wing protesting. You got all the poor people protesting. But you know, they don't understand what they're protesting. The rich people are the ones that are going to lose money. Only the rich people, the top 7 to 10% of the stockholders are losing their stocks. We're still only going to lose it for a little bit, but they're all protesting for all of this, and it doesn't affect them, the middle class. It doesn't affect the middle class. It doesn't affect, well, sort of the middle class. If you got a lot of stocks and a lot of things that you're investing in and stuff, yada, yada, yang. But majority of the population of the United States, they don't invest. So it doesn't involve you. And they're out there protesting like Elon Musk is stealing our money. I'm like, they're not stealing your money, you big dummies.
That's because it's the Democratic Party.
I know. That's what's messed up.
It doesn't matter, bad or good, if the Republican Party is in office or the majority of the House. The Democrats are going to throw a fit, good or bad.
Right at the stop sign.
And it's
right.
Vice versa. If the Democrats in office, the Republicans are going to do it. Nobody's ever satisfied.
Like I just was on the road and it's spray painted on the road here by the stop sign. No MAGA. I'm out here in the middle of Kansas, and there's spray paint on the road saying no MAGA.
No MAGA. Hey, Frank, what's that?
You know, that's why when Kennedy went to the other side, they thought that was the worst thing that ever happened.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just stupid. It is so stupid what's going on. But what's really good, you guys hear about this. I don't know, Ken, if you know anything or much about crypto, or if you know anything about digital assets. So one of the main things that I think that President Trump is doing is he's crashing the market so that he can reset the economy by using cryptocurrency and digital assets and backed by digital, like, I don't know, gold's going to back the digital assets, so on and so forth, whatever they're talking about professionally, educationally. But the way we do banking is the actual printed dollar is going to go away. You know, so it's all going to be digital currency, stuff that you can hold on your phone, hold in your bank accounts, transfer peer-to-peer, crypto, invest in crypto, stocks, you know, all of the stock stuff is still going to be there, but it's going to be shifting. The wealth is going to be shifting into the crypto, which is great. I mean, it's going to, and I think, what I think, according to everybody that's talking, is that once they crash the stock market and they start the interest rates, they get the interest rates reduced, then, or the Fed reduces the interest rate, and then they refinance, and then they're going to pay off the debt with the stock hold of crypto that they have for Bitcoin and all of the other cryptos that they have confiscated and stuff like that. So they're trying to kill that deficit. I mean, they're trying to kill it. They're trying to bring it down to zero, basically. And then all these tariffs and all that stuff. So,
well, the tariff is what they're concentrating on now to lower it down. Getting like China, for instance. I think they said $1 trillion a year to China. So, if
they're definitely poking China's bear.
That's supposed to help eliminate that $1 trillion that's out of our pockets to China.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how that's going to work out and what's going to come about, but I'm hoping for the best results and all over that one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you already see the markets across the whole world. The markets are tanking, and the more that they're going to tank as much as they can take, and then they're going to be like, you know what, we can't do this, we can't sustain. So China is going to start selling to Australia more than they do America, and then China is going to start selling to the UK more than or Russia, et cetera, et cetera. America is just going to stop. I don't think the American people are going to stop buying Chinese products, but they're going to think twice, maybe.
Well, yeah, they'll never stop. That's one thing they're not going to do. Yeah, because well, I say they're not, but it might get to where the citizens of the United States can't afford Chinese products anymore.
Mm-hmm.
What that's going to take is America is going to have to start mass producing everything that they used to produce,
right,
to make up for the difference. And that's where I was talking about the other day. It's not going to happen overnight, because you're going to have to start opening these old factories back up, farms, whatever, to start producing the products that we need to eliminate us buying the products from other countries. And it just won't happen overnight.
But Trump said today if China didn't drop that 34%, that he was going to put 100% on China.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all talk. I mean, as much as they're going back and forth, but I just want to let everybody know that the opinions and the conversations that we're having on this Curtis show tonight is our own opinions. It's not factually backed by anything. It is just a conversation, and just want to put that disclaimer out there. If you guys are listening to us, it's for entertainment purposes only. I don't want to be slapped with a poo-poo.
Well, it's in the description on the page on his stream.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make we're talking, communicating what we think, and it's all speculatory. Or is that a word? Did I make that word up? Is that a word? Speculatory? Yeah. Whatever.
Hey, it sounds good.
It's not factual on our part. Sounds good, yeah. Speculatorial. I don't speclo.
When I started the podcast, I did say that it's our opinions only. We're not professionals
or news agency or collecting any data.
Yeah, we're just speaking our opinions and thoughts. Yeah, I did announce that at the beginning of this video.
That's cool. Who's that? Frank says they're broke down in a motorhome. Anderson, Missouri. I don't even know what Anderson is.
Anderson, Missouri.
I have no idea who that is.
He used to come on when I would do on YouTube, but since I don't do YouTube, I haven't seen him on Facebook page.
No. Are we broadcasting on YouTube?
You told me to.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Right on.
Curtis, I wonder where Michelle is tonight. She wanted this to get started back up.
No, Crazy Lisa's niece.
Yeah, Michelle, yeah.
I know a whole lot more than one Michelle, so you have to be more specific.
Oh, Curtis got it like that, huh? Okay.
You know one of them yourself, Dennis.
Huh?
And my ex was a Michelle.
Oh, there you go. So, Kenny, what you been up to, man? What's been going on?
Not a lot. This,
Yeah.
Yeah, my mother had been pretty sick here lately, but she's got better. She's 91 years old, so she's had a good
Yeah.
life. Yeah, she got leukemia, but
You're still vertical, huh? Or you're still horizontal there?
Yeah, I was laying back watching this basketball game. I seen Curtis on, so I said, forget about the basketball game. But anyway,
Yeah.
she's had leukemia about, I don't know, since 2007 or 8, something like that. But back in October, she just started have to take a pill. Well, it kept going up, and then now then it's back down to, well, she went last Friday and had it checked, and it was back down to 60. It had one up to 322. You know, that's white blood count. And it's back down to 60. And they told her to keep doing what she's doing, and they want it down 20 more to 40. And she can probably get off the pills for a while, or you know, take a couple of weeks or something.
Well, hopefully she can.
Yeah. Still living by herself, so, you know.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Well, that's a plus there.
And still drives. She
I
don't
still
drive
live by myself.
far she'll drive is about 5 miles of a little town that's got a Dollar General, but
I drive to the doctor, and that's about it.
how's your daddy doing, Dennis?
Oh, my dad?
Yeah, how's your daddy doing?
My dad's doing. He ain't eggs, but he got. He's still around on a wheelchair now. He's doing all right though. He's doing good.
Well, I can still get outside and work in that garden, though.
I don't think so. Not this year. He just sitting there watching the trees, the birds, and the hummingbirds. About all he's doing.
Oh, speaking of your daddy state, what's going on with the
Maine?
state government there in Maine?
They're being dumb. They're being, I don't know what the hell they're doing. Liberals? I guess they're called liberals.
They got a shit show going up there, I hear.
What the?
Yeah, but
I see a lot of the ladies are taking a knee because they're playing sports against guys.
Yeah, I seen that one.
That's good. They should do that.
Oh, it definitely is good. That one sword lady.
They should do that.
Fencing.
Uh-huh.
the governor,
Fencing. Yeah, she sat on one knee and said, nope, ain't doing it. I think another track and field one or something else or another competitor. She didn't want to compete with the dude, so she's like, nope.
There's
So they're
several
boycotting, which they should. They should.
yeah,
I think it's ridiculous. I really do.
They're
But
not
that's
good
my
enough.
personal opinion.
That they're not good enough to compete in their men's sports, so they think they're going to do good in the women's. You know,
I don't know.
that's what it boils down to.
What's going through their heads? Yeah. Who knows why they do it? I don't know.
I don't know either. I think
They think they're trendsetters, or they're trying to. I don't know.
I have no clue. So I just reposted the link to come on stage if anyone wants to come up. I tried to pin them, but they won't let me pin them anymore.
Yeah, look,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
looks like Henry might come back on stage if he hears us.
He done went to bed.
Who?
Henry.
Henry. The old pal Henry.
Oh, Henry.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still alive.
Yeah.
If you start talking shit about him, he'll pop up.
I don't know that he will.
Talking behind Henry's back.
I'll fix his little red wagon. And if he don't come on stage,
Any good programming up there? He's and that's it. Henry,
let's see here.
what you doing up there in Maine, Henry?
Now, if he don't come up now, he gonna be in trouble. I sent
That's
him.
not. He has
And
not contacted me in the last year. Oh.
Yeah, Jack has decided he didn't want to be part of the page no more, so he left. Like everyone else. If there's anybody out there listening to this, if you want to be part of the page and do a live stream, just let us know.
I know Miss Linda from California. She was on with Dennis last night. Miss Linda Townsend.
Oh, was she?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know either. Let me change your profile. I don't want you.
Oh. Oh yeah, thank you, sir.
Well,
can you change it?
No, I can't change it.
I can't change. I don't know what the hell.
Was that Miss Karen Patterson that passed away down in Florida not too long ago?
Yes, sir. Yes, it was. Yeah, Jerry or Nancy had talked to her a month or two before, and they were wondering about her because they hadn't heard from her since, and so they couldn't get a hold of her. So Linda reached out to me, Linda Insfield, and her and Jerry was trying to find out about her. And so I went on there and started looking in the obituaries and everything like that. And I found Carolyn Patterson, but I was not sure it was her. And then the next thing I know, Linda said that Jerry had talked to her, one of her friends or family members, and She had passed away the 1st of January. You know, she is battling cancer and COVID. Just she wasn't doing good at all.
Mm-hmm. Dennis, did you hear me talking about that movie a while ago? Have we lost Dennis again?
I don't. I think his headset may be not connected. Can you hear us, Dennis?
I got a phone call.
He's a rookie. You know, they've changed all the. We heard you for a second. They changed all the controls up here on stage for us that host it, and so I had to learn a few things again. But we got her under control now. Can you talk to us now, Dennis?
I know, I say it's last week, I guess, or week before last, somebody posted something about Rooster that he was in the hospital having uh, some kind of heart test run, I think.
Is he? Yeah, I don't keep up with any of them no more. It's hard enough to keep up with myself. Boy, I slept until 7:30 this morning.
Well, I slept in to 7 o'clock this morning myself. That's unusual for me.
That new recliner is doing my body good.
I'm usually up by 4:30 when the morning news comes on.
Yeah. I vary between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock normally.
Then some nights wake up and can't go back to sleep.
Oh,
I guess that's age, Joe.
I do that quite often. My meds mess with me with doing that. Yeah. There's times it'll be 3 or 4 days before I sleep.
You ever seen that commercial that the ex-governor of Arkansas there uh, advertises with Larry Gatman about that pill, and it ain't habit forming or no drugs in it?
No, I haven't.
I say, I forget what it's called, but anyway, they say it works the first night on you. Uh, it's called relaxing or something like that. But the ex-governor and Larry Gatlin is one that talk about it there.
Huckabee?
Yeah, Huckabee, he's a big music man himself.
Yeah. And he's now the spokesperson with over there in Israel, I believe it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Trump appointed him as the spokesperson. You know, his daughter, I have a lot of respect for her because she's making our state a good state.
Yeah, I thought she done an awful good job when she was White House press secretary.
Yeah. Yeah, Miss Sarah Huckabee, she's an awesome lady. She don't let these left-siders tell her what to do.
Yeah, we've had a lady governor for the last two elections, and half of another election because she took over when the governor got impeached. But you know, she's 83-year old, I think.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Judy, I was going to say this a little bit ago when you was talking about your chocolate. I was going to get a box of them chocolate Twinkies. You know, they have the chocolate filling instead of the regular cream filling. Well, they didn't have any at my Walmart, so I had to settle for strawberry. And them things are pretty dang good. Do you have technical difficulties, Dennis? Holy cow. I ain't seen brother in so long. His old beard is getting long.
Your golf cart still doing good?
I don't know. I gave it to Cody.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he was using a wheelbarrow to carry his chicken feed and chicken scratch and all that up to the chicken pens.
Yeah.
And it's up on top of a hill. So I bought him an old riding mower for $200, and he started having problems with it. So I says, my golf cart's sitting here. I never use it. It's probably just going to rust the ground. Once you come and get it, you don't have to pull a trailer or nothing behind it. It's the back seat folds down, and they put some stainless steel plating on it to make it like a pickup truck bed.
Yeah.
And so I said, just come and get it, and you can have it. And that way you can carry all what you need up there on the hilltop with that golf cart. So he came and got it.
Well, I guess that's better for it to be used than it is to set up,
You're right. Yeah. It had them brand new batteries in it, and I never did charge it as long as I had it. But when I did use it, the batteries were still charged. But anyway, yeah, he got it and he uses it. He puts the girls around on it stuff too.
Well, I think Dennis must be in.
He's in the comments.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he apparently had technical difficulties. Let's see what page he's on. Well, looky there. There's old lady Diane. What are you doing, woman? I missed some comments.
Which Diane?
Jordan.
Oh, okay.
Look at there. Mr. Dennis sent stars. Thank you, them there stars. Well, hey, Miss Angela, how you doing? Long time no see.
Yeah. How you doing, Diane?
I bet she's doing as ornery as ever. Hey, Diane, you missed your shot. Henry was on here earlier. Yeah. He must he must have knew you was coming on, so he hightailed it. What? I never do that, Diane. I speak truth. I'm probably not the most honest person you ever met. That stinking bug.
One of these days, I'm gonna learn how to get myself back on without cutting myself off.
Yeah. Well, hey there, Miss Karen. How are you? I'm seeing a lot of faces I hadn't seen in a while. Good to see you guys.
Well, that must be Karen Wakefield.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she was on with Dennis last night.
Was she? What's Judy talking about? I guess I could turn my camera back on. Ooh, it's dark in here. But this computer, this light, everything is so freaking bright. It just makes my face shine like I got a chrome face. That's why I have to wear a cap. You guys have to put a pair of sunglasses on because it'd be so bright.
You still got all your cats?
Oh, yeah. 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 The little one, he's laying on my foot right now.
We got one that either stays on the back porch or the front porch. Can't hardly get out of the door for him.
Really? Well, I did see that I do have another outside cat, and he actually looks like the last one that was out there. I don't know if it is. I don't think it is. I think it's just another cat. Had a deer just drove me crazy this morning. My camera kept getting activated, and I thought, well, them stupid dogs. So I finally turned it on and looked, and there's no doe.
Getting her some green grass.
Yeah. Nephews finally started keeping the collars on the dogs, and so they're not up here like they used to be. And so now the deer are starting to come back out in the yard.
Yeah.
And so they tripping my cameras now, just as bad as the dogs were. So I had a good doctor's report. Actually, I didn't, but I did. And I was kind of concerned for my A1C because I hadn't been able to take my shot on a regular schedule because I've been having problems with Norvac, the people I get the shot from. And so And the doctor's office didn't have any samples, so I had one pin left, and I've been having to stretch it out, maybe one shot every 10 days. And I was kind of concerned about my A1C because I hadn't taken any diabetes medications. So they did my A1C test last week. And you know what they did? First thing, I got mad. Nurse calls me back. I'm sitting in the room, and she's going through my medication list and all this. And I told her, I said, I'm kind of curious about my A1C because I hadn't been able to take the shots and I hadn't taken any medications. And she says, well, we can't do it today. You're a day ahead of time. I said, what? Yeah, you're a day too early. That's on y'all because you're the ones that's supposed to have scheduled it. You know, I go in every 3 months and they're the ones that schedule it. So I did get it tested. And it was up a little bit, but it was still 5.9. I can't complain about that.
No, and well, you keep losing that weight, and it's going to keep happening too.
Oh yeah, it will.
Yeah.
I have to keep up with my blood pressure now too, because she did tell me, you know, the more I lose, chances are I may have to drop one of my pills that I take for blood pressure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, which is a good thing. Yeah, I'm down to 135 pounds now.
Well, I'm down to, well, I stay between about 187 to 190.
That's good. I'm just
And
funny. I'm down to 230. Okay. I'm at a standstill.
I was down. I was about 240 myself.
Was you? I was up to right at 280 pounds is what I was. But yeah. First, I lost a lot. When I first started these things, in the first 3 months, I lost a lot of weight. I mean, just bam, I took it off quick. And then I got to where it just started maybe a pound a month is all I'd lose. And I didn't do anything different. It was just, I just wasn't losing any weight.
Yeah.
So she decided, and Ozempic people told me also that I'm supposed to be, my dosage was supposed to be increased. And so I filled out the paperwork. Doctor filled her part out, but she was going to keep me at the same dose. Well, Ozempic called me and said, no, that's not how it works. They called the doctor's office. No, that's not how it works. And the doctor says, it's working. I don't see a reason to increase the dose. Well, they made a big deal out of it. So she did up my dose. And so I had to fill out all the paperwork again. It's not like they can say, well, let's change the dose over the telephone. I had to fill out the whole forms again. And so we sent them in. Then I got a phone call. You did not do this on that form. And I said, yeah, I did. Maybe the doctor's office forgot to mail it to you or fax it to you. So I called the doctor's office. No, they have everything. I said, well, they're telling me I didn't. So I had to get another form, fill it out, and take it back to the doctor's office. They faxed it to Ozempic. It's been a big mess. So she did give me another pen, Thursday when I was there, so I've got to make it stretch out. I'm hoping within a month I'll have it.
Yeah, talking about them cats a while ago. Stepson and daughter-in-law down here. They got 4 in their house, and every one of them bobtail.
Are they really?
Yeah, hell,
Yeah. I invested in something that I was holding off because they were so expensive. It was one of them automatic litter boxes.
uh-huh.
I bought 2 of them, but I'm only using one. One's plenty for 3 cats.
Now,
And
is that where they spin the wheel like a hamster?
well, they don't do it. It automatically does it.
It automatically does it.
Yeah, it has a motor on it.
Oh, okay.
And it has a sensor. Once the cat does its business, you can set the cycle up to do it after the cat leaves, or you can set it up so many times a day. Just however you want to set it up, you can do it. I have to empty the bag about every 2 or 3 days, which is fine. It's easy because I open the door, pull the bag out, put a new bag in. It's good to go.
Yeah.
But the only issue I see with it is you use a whole lot more litter, and which is not a big deal. I was using Tidy Cat, but Tidy Cat's really expensive. And so I started using Special Kitty, and it works just as good. Actually, I like it better. And it's about half the price of Tidy Cat.
Yeah.
The cats don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. All of them down there, they've been fixed. So if they have any more, they'll be the ones on the outside out here.
Yeah. Well, I bought 2 of these automatic litter boxes for what one of the I litter box cost. And I like it. It's really nice. I got on Amazon. Cody, he bought one for his cats, and he was telling me about it. He said, you just get on Amazon, and when you go to it, it has a coupon there that you can use, which is $200 and something is what it cost. And so I said, well, crap, let's get 2 of them, because I did not know if one would be enough for the 3 cats. And once I got the one set up, I realized, oh yeah, one's plenty. They say it's better to put one in 2 separate locations in the house. I said, no, I ain't gonna do that. That's twice the work. These cats, all they do is sleep, eat, and crap.
Did they learn it right off?
Oh yeah, it really surprised me because they were fascinated with it, because when it started up for the first time, they heard the noise, they run in there, and they were doing their cat thing, looking at it, and once it shut down, I think Ben or Fortune went right into it. I guess they smelled the litter.
Yeah.
And then he used it. He come out. Another cat went in there right after, did the same thing. I had no problem whatsoever. And I was afraid that I would have problems with them doing it.
Yeah, I thought that thing was neat first time I seen it advertised on TV.
Yeah.
And the way I took it, I thought they turned the wheel in there,
Not this one I have. It's automatic, It
Yeah.
it does it itself. And the litter bags, it has a container, a rectangular container that the bag goes into. It rolls and it tips over, and then it dumps the waste into the waste basket. Well, the bags, if you got them from the company, they were like nearly $40 for 20. So I got the measurements off the box. It came with a free box. And so I got the measurements off the box of how big it was, got on Walmart, and sure enough, 4-gallon trash cans work, or trash bags work perfect.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, and a box of 40 Glad was $5 and something. Scented. Had a pretty sniff to it. Yeah, so it worked out for the best. I got the floors done in the house, the living room, the hallway. I got them redone. I don't know if you heard that I finally did get it done. Had laminate put in.
Well, that'd be easy took care of.
Yeah, they are. They are. I bought a broom and a new Swiffer sweeper. I think that, yeah, Swiffer sweeper. And it's a lot easier to take care of than that old carpet was. The carpet was just totally wore out. So my youngest nephew, I had tried to get him for really 2 years to come up and do them. He just kept putting me off. Well, he was hard up for work. He was laid off because they didn't have work. And I told Kevin, I said, well, tell him to come up here and give me a price. And so he did, and gave me a fair price. He found the flooring on sale at Railroad Salvage, and texted me pictures of my choices. And I said, well, that's the one I want right there. And he picked them up. I think the flooring was, what was it, $140, $150 for the flooring itself.
Well, that wasn't bad.
No, I got it for 89 cents a square foot.
Well, I appreciate everybody I talked to on here tonight. It's like old times.
Yeah, I have too.
And
this is what I've been wanting to do. Get everyone back in here and do these chats, because it's always fun with more than one person on stage.
Yeah, and if we can, we need to spread the news. But,
yeah, I watch Mark K. He's really knowledgeable what's going on in the news, and but I don't watch enough of him to keep it in my head.
Pass it along to folks that you talk to them that used to come on here when we were on Truckers TV back a long time ago, that knows how to behave themselves. Yeah, I seen Patty P on here earlier tonight.
Yeah.
I still talk to her some.
Yeah, she sends me pictures and videos every now and then.
Yeah. Her German Shepherd, he is something else now.
Yeah.
Pick up a stick, and the bigger he can find one, I think he likes it that much better. Well, my phone's done got in the red.
Yeah. I'm not going to do these long videos no more. I'm going to try to keep them 2 or 3 hours long.
Yeah,
People
I mean,
start losing interest and
yeah,
there's not a whole lot to talk about. So there's no need to keep them going. So, and plus Facebook doesn't like long videos. They
yeah,
give you the opportunity to make them, but they really don't like them.
and I used to do 8 hours.
Yeah. And on YouTube, it's 10 hours.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, I ain't been doing no lives myself, but I've been writing quite a bit on my home Facebook page. If anybody wants to go over and read what I write sometimes, uh, old stuff. I mean, uh, it just, I don't know, something about history I love. Uh,
Yeah. I've gotten into history a lot. There's a lot of there's two pages on Facebook that's local that has to do with Hot Springs history,
huh.
and I follow them, and they post a lot of interesting content.
Uh,
About like the gangsters and in baseball.
yeah.
Hot, Hot Springs back in the 20s and 30s was a spring camp for a lot of the major league teams. And we have a museum here in Hot Springs that has all kinds of things put up on the walls and reading materials here and there, blah blah blah. And it's really interesting the history of Hot Springs.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
athletes used to come to town for spring training because of the thermal water. They could work out and then go get in a bathtub at one of the bathhouses. And they thought back then the minerals in the water helped heal their bodies. Um, who was Al Capone? He used to come to Hot Springs and use the baths because of the syphilis.
yeah.
It didn't help him, but he used it.
You know, I'm pretty sure y'all got public service television there too. Uh, every Monday night here at home, uh, there's an antique roadshow comes on from different cities across the U.S. and overseas too.
Yeah.
And tonight on the first show, they were at Denver Botanical Gardens, and then the second hour was going to be from Birmingham, Alabama.
Uh-huh.
And it's amazing stuff that you see on there that it brings ungodly prices. If you was to sell it or have it appraised.
Yeah. I've got two pictures here that I have hung in my bedroom. I've had them for many years. I don't know if they're even worth anything. They're hand painted duck. What is that? Ducks Unlimited photo paintings. I know when they auction them off, they go for ungodly amounts of money.
Yeah,
So I don't know if they have any value to them or not. Yeah, I've got two of them hanging on my wall.
uh, I got my Lionel train set from when I was. Well, I guess I got it when I was 4 year old, 1958 probably when I got it.
Mm-hmm.
But it uh, has got every box that it come original in, and got the big box it come original in. Got the little pill bottle that made the stack smoke. Still
Wow.
got it.
That's awesome.
Got all the the flashing lights crossings. But all it ain't been run, and well, my son was probably 6 or 7 year old, and that's
Yeah.
been 40 something years ago since it's been run.
Wow. Hey, Tally, how you doing? Thank you for the stars. Appreciate it, brother. Our trades never did last long. They never lasted the wars. The M80s kind of tore them up.
Yeah, ain't no fun when you light one, throw it out the window, and the window's up. It comes back in the car and goes off.
Yeah. We let one off at the bathroom at school one day. Got ourselves in trouble.
Yeah, so a lot of mailboxes got blowed up years ago with them.
Yeah. We had a couple of guys in school. They was a grade ahead of me. They actually got put in jail. They get drunk and go out there bashing mailboxes. They got caught. They actually got put in jail, and they all got sent to different county jails through the state. There was 3 of them.
Yeah, it's wonder. I mean, if they might have been a little older, they'd probably send them to federal prison.
Yes, sir.
But
Yeah, Deborah, it was down to 5-4. And like I said, the not being able to take the shots every week, that it went up from 5-4 to 5-6 or 5-9. So it really does work. And I'm not gonna lie or cover up or anything, but I didn't change my diet whatsoever. I did not change it one bit, and it still worked. Now that's our little secret because the doctor thinks I did.
well, yeah, I'm gonna get on out of here before my phone goes completely dead, and get it charged back up here. But I've enjoyed it tonight.
I have.
Yeah, like 1 minute being on here 2 hours. So
That's awesome, man. Well, Kenny, I appreciate you coming on stage finally.
yeah, I appreciate you letting me say that about that movie too, Curtis.
Oh, you're more than welcome. I got it wrote down. I'm going to check it out.
Hey, I might try to send you the podcast and 4 pictures with it.
Okay.
Well, it ain't pictures; they write ups, but they call them pictures.
Okay. Yeah, just send them to me. That'd be good.
All right, I'll do that tomorrow then.
Sounds good.
All right, see
You have a good
everybody.
evening. Say howdy to the missus.
All right, I will. Yeah, everybody, I enjoyed it tonight. Glad to talk to everybody. We'll see y'all later.
All right, Kenny. We'll see you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, it's just down to me again. Yeah, it's me again. Christopher, that's about all I eat. Chicken. You know, Walmart started to let me get the corn dogs out of the deli. I made myself sick of them. I threw 2 in the garbage today. I ordered 4 corn dogs. What day was it? Friday. Always pouring down when the guy came and delivered it. I felt sorry for him. I gave him an extra. I tipped him online, but then again, when he got here, I gave him some cash. But yeah, I ate two the day I got them, and I just could not eat the other two the next day, so I threw them away today. Yeah, I burned myself out on them. Tater logs, tater wedges, whatever they call it. And I didn't know how big the bags of that stuff was, so I just got the bigger one because I expected 2 meals out of it. Yeah, that thing was like a grocery bag full of them things. $3 and something for an order. I didn't know any different. So I ate some the first day and I threw the rest of them away. I could not eat them. And got a chicken sandwich this week or last week from there. It was okay. It wasn't nothing to write home about. It was different, I'll put it that way. I didn't care for the bun. I'm not a big bread eater anymore. So when it comes to buns or bread, I just don't eat a whole lot of it. And so they got a pulled pork sandwich. And I got that on my order list for this week to get. Just to try it. I got fixings for tacos. I got to make them. I was going to do it tomorrow. We'll see how things go. Either tomorrow or the next day. I'm a big taco fan. I love tacos. Just a regular ground beef and tomatoes and lettuce and shredded cheese. No sour cream, though. Can you really? I hadn't been to a commissary since I was a kid. Used to go with mom and dad. Well, hey there, boo-boo. How you doing? Long time no see. Boy, it's bright outside tonight. Extra sour cream? No, I'm not. I get in moods. Sometimes I want sour cream. Sometimes I don't. I don't. So well, they should be able to. I thought they could already. To be honest with you, Christopher, I thought all vets could still use the commissaries as long as they had their discharge cards and all that. Let's get that back on. Boo. Let's set this up. I kind of like this. I kind of like that right there. Is Jerry on here? Hey there, Jerry. How you doing? I see that you're not feeling good. All y'all that hadn't seen it yet, what do you think about that background? Isn't that cool? Look at there, Diane. I'm professional. Oh, okay. All right, gotcha. Yeah, look at that background, Diane. Wake up. I'm a professional. Yeah, I tried to pin the link to the pages, but it don't allow me to do it no more. That's another change that's happened. Why, looky there, the proof's in the pudding. Look there. Look there. See my professional microphone? See it right there? Oh, wrong side. Anyway, it's right there. That's my professional microphone. And you see the name, it says, Welcome to the Curtis Show. I'm professional. And by the way, Miss Diane, I thought you was coming on stage with me months back. You said you would. What's wrong? Are you chicken? You afraid somebody can see curlers in your hair? So, Christopher, do they still sell tobacco in the commissaries? Yeah, right. You're shy. Yeah, yeah, right. Tell us another story. Yeah, I don't believe that. No, I was going to do this last week. I believe it was Friday night. And our weather was so bad. Lights flickering and all. I decided I'd end up getting on here and losing power and then not be able to shut it down. So I didn't do it. Told Dennis earlier today I was going to do one, but when the weather was really bad, I messaged him and told him I couldn't because of the weather. So I paid 24, no, 40. They went up to $44 a carton. Yeah, $44 a carton for my brand here. So I don't know what it would be on the commissary. And I don't even know if they sell the brand on commissaries or not. 150 $40. Wow. Yeah, but you could get about 5 or 6 smokes off of one cigarette, couldn't you, Diane? As long as them telephone poles are. $70. Wow. That's okay. If that's at the commissary, that's cheaper than what we pay out of the store. They're like $80 or $90 a carton for Marlboro. Wow. See, my son, that's what he smokes, Marlboro brand. And I told him, I don't know how you can afford it. I said, you need to change over to like what I smoke because it's a whole lot cheaper. You could buy you 2 cartons for what you pay for one. "15 minutes." Well, you could snip the cherry off from it and relight it later. Take your old fingernail clippers and clip the cherry off from it. So I ordered me some new toenail clippers. It's a lot easier to clip them right now than what it was last year. Because my roadblock ain't as big as what it used to be. I'm talking about my belly, not my other one. But they're nearly 90 degrees. The handle turns up to where you don't have to put the whole thing in front of your toes to clip them. I seen them in, man, that looks pretty neat. And so I ordered me a pair of them. Supposed to be here Wednesday. These brand of smokes that I smoked, they last about 4 or 5 minutes, and that's the hundreds. Now, if I think about it before I lit it, I'd pack them, but I'd never think about it. That does make them last longer. But I burn a lot. I don't actually smoke them. I'll light them, and I might take 3 puffs off of one cigarette, and they burn out. Get this, Diane. They do have a set like I bought that has a 26-inch handles on them. Yeah. And they're made for you, elderly, disabled. But yeah, I seen them and I almost ordered them, but I thought, no, I don't think so. That would make it just too easy. Button-up shirts. My left hand, I'm so limited what I can do with it. It got hard to button up my shirts. That's why I always wear pullovers. The pharmacy up at the front gate of the village actually has a tool that you put in the buttonhole, slide over your button, and then pull the button through the hole. And I was going to get one, and I forgot about it. The last time I was in there, they didn't have any in there, so I didn't buy one. But I was thinking, them needle threading tools you can get. That's basically what it looked like, but just a bigger version of it. I could probably actually get a piece of string and do the same thing with. I did get me a new button-up long sleeve shirt, and I didn't know what size because I hadn't tried on clothes in a long time, and so I just went ahead and ordered the same size that I normally ordered. I got it in; it looked like it looked like a bathrobe on me. It was so big. So I wore it one time to the doctor and washed it, dried it, hung it up, put it in the closet, and I hadn't touched it since. That's just way too big for me. What do you mean, Deborah? Am I old? I still look at myself and think, hey, look at that young fella right there. He's a handsome young man. I was just funning Diane, Deborah. But no, that's how it's listed on the description of them is the elderly disabled is who they're for. And I would have bought one, but they were 40 something dollars for one set, so I wasn't going to pay that kind of money for them. But I can see how they work. Make it a whole lot easier for people to do it. Geriatric, come on now. I consider myself a few years before I get to that stage, Diane. Brother and I was talking the other day, and he's like 18 months older than I am, and I've been on him to retire, and he started out 67. He's gonna wait till he's 67, and then I talked to him the other day, and he says, I don't know. 65 is looking pretty good right now. I says, well, if I was you right now, I'd go ahead and put in for December of this year because ain't going to be that much money difference in your retirement. He gets state retirement. And that's still a whole lot than what I get. Christopher, the only time I feel elderly is when I move. And if I don't keep my goatee trimmed, man, I look awful. So I keep saying I'm gonna keep it trimmed up, and I never do. It's called laziness. So I will from now on keep it trimmed up. Gosh darn it, I'm just too purty to cover up. No, honestly, that's the thing. You think young, you feel young. I always heard family members say that, and I thought, nah, you're crazy. As long as you keep your mind young, you think you're young. I don't think I'm 61 years old. Honestly, I still think I'm in my 40s. Now we ain't gonna tolerate that cussing like that, Christopher. That W word. that's that's some foul language in my household. The only W and I do is to the bathroom and to the refrigerator. And apparently that doesn't count because that's what my practitioner told me. I said, well, I make plenty of trips to the bathroom, probably a couple miles a day. Oh, that don't count. I said, huh. Well, I think it does. That's moving of the body. You're taking footsteps. So I would say, yeah, that's exercise. But yeah, you keep you think young. Try to keep your mind sharp. Then don't move. Just keep stationary. Then you always think you're young. That's how I look at it. Did you really? Wow. That gator probably seen you, Judy, and says, she looks finger licking good. 30 lawns. Wow. I had one to mow and I didn't do it. I have walked, honestly, more than I have in a few years. I do walk out to the shed, my storage building, the motorhome shed. I do walk down there. That's some steps right there. I still not going to tackle the driveway down to the mailbox. I got, let's see, I'll have to go down there Wednesday. I got to take some garbage down. If I walk down the mailbox, I'd have to put a bench down there halfway just to sit down and rest. Getting down there, I don't think would be a problem. It's coming back up. Having to walk up the driveway. Yeah, it's about time for me to get my yard cleaned up. I'll get my youngest nephew to do it. He's the only healthy one on the hillside right now. Oldest boy with UPS, he hurt his leg, and he's been off work with workman's comp. So I'll have to get the young one. Plus, the younger one's a lot cheaper. I done talked to him, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'll do that for that." Said, all right, saves me a couple $100. Well, that's good that he does, Diane. My son would do mine too, but I don't. I've got an old lawnmower that I've had for several years. I only used it one time for about 10 minutes. Put it underneath the trailer, and that's where it's sat ever since. I bought it brand spanking new, and it's sat underneath there. I tried to give it to the boy, and he never did take it. So I've always had my oldest nephew do it, and but now, like I said, since he's been hurt, I can't have him do it. So I'll get the youngest to do it. So I got online last week after I got this new recliner, and I thought I need something for the cover for the cats, you know. So I got online, and sure enough, they make covers for recliners. They're supposedly easy to for the cat hair, and they're waterproof and all of that. So I ordered me one. It's supposed to be here tomorrow. Kind of excited about that. It's just really too nice of a chair to let it get run down by the cats. I got all the furniture in the house covered with throws for the cat hair. I sweep the floors, and next thing you know, you see a wad of cat hair, like what's that? Oh, tumbleweeds. You'll see a ball of hair roll across the floor like a tumbleweed. Yeah, you never imagine cats shed as much as they do. All my other cats never did shed like these. I have Fortune, he sheds bad, and Ben does. Jordan, he doesn't shed that much, but the other two really does. I looked at one of them iRobot vacuums today. I may end up getting one of them because you can set up navigation areas where it'll go into different rooms, and that's what I was looking at. That way, it'd get the living room, the hallway, and the kitchen and the bedroom. My bedroom. The other two bedrooms, I never go in, so I ain't worried about them. But we'll see how that turns out. That's what I was wondering about because I see videos with cats and little pups riding on them things. And I thought, I wonder if these old knuckleheads, and I doubt that these cats will. First time they hear it come on, they're going to run to the bedroom. They're going to hightail it and get out because it's going to scare them. Just get that back up there so I can see myself. So what everybody have for supper? I made me a BS. It's gonna chicken. I got chicken wings on my grocery order. I don't know when I'll order it. Probably Wednesday or Thursday. Cheesy puffs. Well, I hadn't had any cheese puffs in a while. Now that sounds good, spaghetti. I never was a big spaghetti fan, but since I hadn't made spaghetti in years, it sounds pretty good. Minestrone. Boy, it's been ages since I had that. Sounds pretty good. while I was making that bacon, I thought, I got mater and lettuce in the fridge. I ought to cut up that and make me an actual BLT. But no, I decided to just make a BS sandwich. Hmm. Oh, really? I guess you could use that, couldn't you? I never thought about that. So, does anyone make their own pizza? Pizza tacos, and if so, do you have your own recipe for the seasoning, or do you buy the packs of seasoning and all of that? That's something. I always buy the what is El Monterey? Oh no, Old El Paso. I buy the El Monte burritos and chicken enchiladas, but taco seasoning and kits, I get the Old El Paso. I really like their seasoning. The taco shells and all of that, I like a lot better. Taco shells, normally I just break them up. I make like a taco salad's what I do, and put a 5 gallon bucket of ground beef, and then maters and lettuce and cheese, and then break up the taco shells over the top of it, and that's how I eat tacos. You buy seasoning too? Yeah. I know you can get recipes for it, but I don't. I like Old El Paso so much, and it's cheap. You know, that's the kicker. It's what was it, 98 cents or 89, something like that for a packet of seasoning. And the kit was right at $3, and you got 10 shells, seasoning, salsa. You know, you can't beat it. You know, it's a good price, and I like it a whole lot. And yeah, I used to. Yeah, but I just like just getting the regular taco shells. You get 10 of them and be done with it. You know what's good with the bowls? Get you some of that cheese what is that? Cheese sauce with the salsa in it. Get you some of that, fill that bowl up full of that stuff. Yeah. Don't put nothing else but that cheese sauce in that bowl. That's good. You know, they make the sugar wafer cone, what do they call them? Sugar wafer cones, waffle cones. You know, they make waffle bowls for ice cream. And I was buying them for quite a while to snack on. I just take one out, break it up on a paper plate, and eat it like a potato chip. Them things are freaking good. But actually, I'd take 3 of them and break it up on a plate. One just wasn't cutting it. 2 was, yeah, maybe, but 3 was perfect. Yeah, they have soft and crunchy taco bowls. What they call it? Soft taco bowls. They've had them forever. You can buy them in a kit too. So I broke down and bought me a new chair. Yeah, I've been buying a whole lot of stuff here lately. Yeah, my old desk chair, it got me in really bad shape. And so I broke down and bought it. It cost me $130. It's one of them gaming chairs. It wasted my money. I ended up having to buy a gel pad, a regular chair pad to be able to sit in this brand new chair. Mm-hmm. It was so hard. And my delivery people that normally bring my groceries to me, when he delivered it, he says, "Oh, you put out some money, got you a new fancy chair." I says, "Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be a nice one." Well, put it together, sat in it. I thought, crap, that's no better than the old wore out one. So I had a couple of pads that I had in my old chair. I put them in this chair and got online looking for gel pads, and I found one, and so I ordered it, and it just wasn't enough. So I had that one pad I had, so I put it in there, and I'm using both of them now, and I can tolerate it now. That's what I wish I had, but man, them things are so expensive. You know, $400 to $600 for a lazy boy. Yeah, right. No freaking way. It's like recliners. The last recliner I bought was $400, and it was a lazy boy, brand spanking new one. So I called the furniture company here in town that I always deal with, told him what I wanted, and he sent me pictures, texted pictures to me of what they had in stock. And I said, "Well, give me a price on that right there." And I was going to get either one of the large, big recliners or a double love seat recliner. Just it was recliners, but no console in the middle. So he was going to have to order the love seat, and so he said he'd call me back when he got prices on it. So he did, and I just flat out told him, there ain't no way I can afford this stuff. $1,600 for that love seat, $1,100 for a recliner. I said, I'm sorry, but I can't afford it. Thank you for your time. Yeah. We just can't afford it. Said lazy boy back when I bought this one in my old bedroom, $400. This lasted since 2016. Still a good chair. I just didn't want to move it to my bedroom I'm in now because I needed a chair back in the old one. Because who knows, I may want to go in that bedroom for the weekend. It still has a TV in there, the big TV. Everything's ready to go. All I have to do is just go get in it. Yeah, and when I bought that lazy boy recliner, I bought a love seat with a console in it. And it wasn't much more than the recliner itself was. You know, it was right at 500 back then. And I hated that thing from the day I bought it. Yes, I did. Them things are a waste of money. I thought, man, that console is going to be nice. No, it's not. It's garbage can. Throw your snack cake wrappers and the empty pop cans in. Yeah, it's a big old trash can. Try to put a bag in it, then the cat eats the bag. Yeah, and plus, if you wanted to actually lay down like a couch, you can't do that because you got that big old box in the middle. Yeah, it's just a waste of money. So I had it about a year, and I ended up giving it to my dad because they didn't have a nice couch at their house. And so I had Jeremy come up and get it and take it down to the dad's house so they'd have something nice in the living room. They had chairs, they just didn't have something larger than a chair. And so they used it for quite a while. And I ended up getting recliners ever since after that. I hadn't had a couch, and I couldn't tell you when. When I first got married the first time, this mobile home here come with new furniture in it. I bought it when I bought the mobile home. I had them throw it in. The mobile home was on display in the yard, and so it was furnished. You know, I had furniture, dining room set, everything. It was set up like a home. And so I said, well, work me up a deal with what you have in it. And he did, and it was really cheap. So I bought everything in it. And that's actually the last time I've ever bought a couch. I've had a couple of them given to me, but the only one I bought was when I bought this home. And after that one double love seat, like I said, all I bought is recliners. And that was I was buying Ashley's. And I should have learned after the second set that Ashley is not a good built quality furniture because I was having to buy new ones about every year. Oh, had your bathroom redid, $10,000. Wow. My floor cost me about $1,500. It's what I paid to have it done. Well, hey there, Mary. How you doing? Been forever. I'm doing good. Did you really? I am I work outside all day in the heat and the freezing and all environment, 8 to 12 hours a day. When I come home, I wanted to relax. I'd come home, clean up, put on my night clothes, and crash in the chair. That's what I did. And so I wore out furniture quite quickly. That's normally the way it was with me, Deborah. It was hand-me-downs. Like the last couch I actually had was my aunt had. She bought a new one, and asked me if I needed one. I said, yeah. So I brought it up here. It was a sectional. And so it was a real nice one, but it's big wood frame and all that around it. And I had it for several years. But yeah, I haven't. I bought these two chairs behind me right there. There's two. They're like what they call them, Queen Anne's chairs. I bought them, and then the blue recliner that I was sleeping in my bedroom. I bought that when I become on my own again. I took what I had in the house and threw it away. It was disgusting. So I had to have furniture, and I went up Teen Challenge, and they had the furniture there, and had it marked down. And these chairs behind me, they are so comfortable. They are really comfortable. You know, they don't recline or nothing. And ended up for the recliner and the two chairs, it was right at $100. So I couldn't pass the deal up. I just need something to fill the space, in the front room. Because I hardly ever used them. I always had desk chairs, and that's what I used. And I just had them in case Cody or brother come up. That was the only reason why. Because if it wasn't for having them come up, I wouldn't even have them in the house now. Might just get lawn chairs. What do you think? That's my old bedroom. The only thing it needs in there is a closet door. It has sliding doors, and I had double doors, mirrored doors. Well, you know who broke one of them, so I have one door, and I've paid for another one to be built, but it hadn't been built. But it's not going to be mirrored. I just wanted just a regular door, and so in that way, I told him I didn't even care if it opened or not. I just needed something to cover the hole up, to keep the cats out. And so he supposedly bought the material to build it, but he just hadn't done it yet. But other than that, nothing wrong with it. Got brand new wiring in it. That right there I had to do. The boy did that for me. He took him a while to do it, but it was a little more involved than what we thought up front. I looked at them, Deborah, and I looked at Lowe's, looked Home Depot, even Railroad Salvage, and I would love to have went ahead and bought them, but man, they're so expensive. I just needed something to cover the hole up. We were gonna put hinges and just make it like a regular door, open it up and close it. So but like I say, other than that, that's all it needs is that one door put up. I looked at Lowe's to just get the same doors I got up, just buy a whole set because they don't sell them individual doors. just buy a whole set. I gave like 120 for the set that I got, and I got online and they're up over $200 now. So I held off buying them. And anyway, I was just going to use one of the doors. I was going to put the other one into my storage building and just hang one up, a new one, and be done with it. I had to build a wall because mobile homes has odd shaped sliding doors in them. You know, they're not like a house door. And so I had to build a wall to be able to use regular store bought sliding doors, which was no big deal. It was easy to do. What did I put? Oh, I had a bunch of coats. Yeah, in my closet that I'm using now in this other bedroom I'm in now. I I had that's where I used to keep all my coats, ones I never used or ex mother in law just she thought I had to have coats every 6 months. So I had just whole closet full of coats, never ever used, brand new. So I moved all of them into the my old bedroom, hung them up, and so I could hang my clothes in the new closet. But if it wasn't for all of that, I wouldn't even have to have a door there because I've got tons of blue jeans, some shirts still in the old bedroom. I even got dress breeches. Got two pairs of dress breeches that I kept. I got some of them Marion and Berrien shirts. Yeah, ties. But yeah, I looked at the barn doors, Deborah, and I've always liked them. Really nice. And but like I said, they were quite a bit of money here. Now, like I said, there's Marion and Berrien shirts and breeches. If I couldn't wear blue jeans out to eat, I didn't need to be there. That's how I looked at how, you know, I've only been to one restaurant to where you have to actually dress and dress clothes. I went to it twice, and once was my junior prom, and the other time was may have been a Christmas party or something like that. I can't remember. But other than that, I don't like I said, if I can't be comfortable where I eat, then it's somewhere that I don't need to be. And I never have been comfortable wearing dress clothes. And plus, if I was to go to work wearing a suit, I'd be a laughing stock of the company, you know. But you know, blazers, I would love to have a blazer. I would never wear it, but at least I'd have one. And back when I was going into Walmart, our Walmart out here had them, but now they don't. They don't. Apparently, they didn't sell them. Crap! You live in the country. everybody dresses worse than I do. I felt like I was overdressed most of the time I'd go somewhere. And they expected them to buy blazers. Yeah, right. They probably just gave them away to get them out of the store. I used to want to wear scrubs. My first wife, she became a nurse, and there was a used a secondhand store that sold scrubs, and I that's where I bought all of her scrubs because we couldn't afford them new back then, and I always wanted to buy me some. Yeah, what what do they call that? Polyester leisure suit. Well, hey Scott, what you doing there? Graduation already? Wow. Didn't y'all just have spring break? Wow. Yes, I do. I had one hanging in my closet before I got married the first time. The one for my junior prom. I still had it in my closet. What was that? 80. Well, crap. What year did I graduated 82 and I got married in 87. Yeah, I think my first marrying was in 87. Coming up on anniversary of it too, 25th of April. What, 13? Shoot, that'd be nearly 40 years. Oh, I thought I had that suit on there. Oh, that was another girl I went to the prom. Well, wait a second. Wait a second. Mm-hmm. See that picture there? Can y'all see that? Huh? You see that? Look at that little young, good-looking fella there. See that? Look at this one. Look at that shirt. Look at that pretty shirt. Look at that shirt. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? Hello, come in. Let's see who this is. Oh, crud. Push the wrong button. Oops. Corduroy 3-piece. I used to have a pair of corduroy breeches. I kind of liked them too. It wasn't long ago, early 2000s. Let's see here. Let's go hunting. We going hunting. Right there. See here. What? You didn't like that shirt? I'd be wearing one right now if I had it. There, one of the dogs, he'll go right below my bedroom window where I sleep, and he's trying to get the outside cat, and he'll go to barking, and I'm from here to hear from the window. So I'll lean over on the arm of the chair and I'll say, "Get out of here!" And he'll go, "Arr, arr, 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 arr." He'll run off. Where are you at? It's left, right. I don't know what it was. Might be bugs. Them stinking bugs. What do they call them? Beetles and stuff. Flying moths. All that crap. They set these cameras off too. Spiders. Out there on my storage shed, ever since I've had these cameras up, there's a spider out there. I need to get out there and knock him off and get rid of him. But he'll crawl over that camera lens, set these cameras off, just ding, 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 ding. So I don't know what it was. Could have been that cat. I don't know how the cat gets in on the backside anymore because it's all closed off. I still have the opening here in the front for him. But other than that, it's all closed up. Oh, yeah, that was my 66 Mustang. That was a nice car. I'd love to have it today. Believe it or not, I sold that to get a brand new car. That's the car I had up until my junior year. And I was going to quit school, and I'd already quit football. And Dad and Mom bought a brand new car for me to keep me in school and play my senior year of football. And dumb kid, Dumb kid want a brand spanking car, so I get rid of something that's going to be worth lots of money. Didn't know any better. I had that one, and then the year I graduated, I got in trouble and I had to sell that new car. So I ended up buying a 67 Mustang that I had to sink a whole lot of money in. And when I sold it, it was still a piece of junk. But it looked good. That's the only thing. Spent a lot of money on that car. Body work, paint, interior. That thing had a finish on it, on the paint job outside. It looked like you could just stick your hand in it. Looked like it's water. It's so clear. Hickory brown with gold trim. Beautiful car. And the trim, the gold was painted. It wasn't no pinstriping or nothing. It was painted hickory brown, and I don't remember what exact color gold it was, but it was a beautiful car. I sold it and bought a 78 Chevy pickup Silverado. Had it for 20 years. Put 2 motors in it, 2 transmissions. Yeah, I'm still going, Miss Becky. It's about time to shut her down. Oh, you didn't get to see the pictures. Look at here. I dug these out. No, okay. That was my squeeze back in high school. Look at here. Look at there. Look at that. Yeah. Look at that good looking, cool looking dude there. What do you think about it? Oh, there we go. Look at that. Isn't that cool looking? Now, look at this. Look at this shirt. Look at that. Yeah, look at that shirt right there. Isn't that pretty? That's a pretty shirt. Yeah. That was one of my high school squeezes. Look at that big old smile on my face because I knew what I was fixing to get. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I like the Chevys. I always have. I after I had that Mustangs, it really put a bad taste in my mouth. And I did have a new Mercury Capri. That's what I got rid of the first Mustang for to get, was that Capri. It was nice too. It had a moonroof in it, 4-speed transmission. Hot little car. But you don't drink and drive. Get you in trouble. Got me in trouble. Oh, I was happy, all right. You see what I was with? And she was coming to pick me up. Yeah. She'd ring the doorbell, come upstairs, and she'd say, Miss Richardson, can I take Curtis out tonight? Well, of course you can. That's no lie either. That's how that worked. Yep. She was a sweetie. She graduated a year early. She went to college, got her credits for her senior year. She was a junior. She graduated when she was a junior. And after she graduated, she ended up joining the Air Force. And I got mad at her because she just flat out joined the Air Force. I didn't know till after she had signed up. And so we got in a big old fight. And I cussed her out, flipped her off, and left her house and got my car, and I tore out of there, and I didn't talk to her not a once after that. Felt kind of bad about it. And I finally got to apologize to her last year. I never called her, but I did chat with her. A buddy of mine had kept up with her through all these years, and I contacted him and I said, hey, you know how I can get a hold of her? And he says, yeah, I'll send you the link and all. So he did. So I sent her a message and she responded back to it. Not the same day, but the next day she responded to it. And we chatted for a little while and that was it. But that was something, the older I got, the more I thought about it. And it did bother me because of how the last time I talked to her went. She didn't deserve that, you know. And it laid heavy on my heart for many, many years. But I just never did know how to get hold of her. Yeah, so I did. Got that taken care of. She's a real estate salesperson over in South Carolina. I know somebody that lives over there in the same town she does too. Used to talk to her all the time. Used to be part of her page. Yeah, we have. But you know, it took many years. I talked to her dad on several occasions because when I worked at the Honda shop, her dad always bought Honda cars. So I'd see him out in the parking lot waiting on his car to be serviced or something. And I'd go out in the parking lot and talk to him. And I'd kind of keep up with her, you know, how she was doing in the Air Force and all. What blonde? That blonde was me. Yeah, that blonde was me, Diane. I don't know whatever happened to my picture of my girlfriend I had my junior year. My junior year's the prom I went to. That's where I had the white suit on. Wait a second, that's white too, isn't it? Just a different color shirt. Yeah, that's the same. I'll be damned. So that was 1980. That was the same suit I wore to the junior prom. Oh, imagine that. Oh, the page, the blonde. I'm lost. Oh, duh. I forgot what we were talking about. I done forgot. Yeah, Diane. Yeah. Yeah, that's her. I chat with her every now and then too. I'm not gonna lie to anybody. She is a nice lady. Things didn't work out. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she's not a good person. Yeah. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, they live in the same town. They don't know it, but they do. You call me geriatric. I was just trying to prove it, you know, living up to my name. I, I, this chair, it's got a headrest on it. The other day, Fortune, he used to lay, right there behind me on my old chair. The other day, well, hey there, Sarah, how you doing? And he jumped off his table on the back of that chair, and he flat. What the heck? Well, who gave me a bruise? Yeah, I got a bruise on. I ain't grease or dirt. That's a bruise. Hmm. Anyway, he jumped up there and he just flat out fell on his side on the floor. I felt sorry for him, but I told him he's been wanting to do it, and I kept stopping him, but I was doing something, and he jumped up there and he just flat fell. But see, I I just lost all train of thought when you said the blonde, and I'm going, that's me. Because I knew I didn't show you a picture of a blonde except me. And and then I had to rewind my brain, and then I realized who you was talking about. Boy, oh, excuse me. Mm. Yeah, I know it. It is, isn't it, sir? He is driving though. He's driving. He's pulling doubles, and he's working for a company that refrigerated products. So he hauls just about anything. But he's hook and drop, hook and drop. No having to unload or load or nothing like that. He just hooks them up and drops them off. You got a good gig right now. Drives 8 hours a day and goes home. You never know. He may be hauling eggs in some of his little shipments. What? You know what you need to do, Sarah? Buy potatoes. Buy clementines. There you go. Use potatoes or clementines for Easter. That's a good question. That they blaming it on what a bird flu, I think. But yeah, chicken didn't go up in cost as much, did it? You can spray paint them. You know, they make red potatoes, gold potatoes, purple potatoes. What else? I'm sure they got another one or two colored taters. Yeah. Uh, Deborah said use plastic eggs. That's a good idea. You know, my mom would always, every year at Easter time, when we became adults, she would always get brother and I uh, two plastic eggs, and she would put money in them. She'd put money in one, and then she'd put like jelly beans or Hershey's Kisses or something like that in the others. You know, yeah, that's how she did it. Did you really? Huh? But yeah, there's alternatives to regular eggs. You know, you can go to the dollar store and get you a bunch of them plastic ones for nearly nothing. I think, you know, I was buying hard boiled eggs at Walmart and get a half a dozen of them. When I started buying them, they was like $1.89 for a half a dozen, which to me is good because I didn't have to cook or peel them. You just open the package up and eat them. You know, it's that simple. But last time I bought them, they was up to $2 and close to a dollar more for a half a dozen. And I like getting them because I could put them on a salad, make egg salad, make tuna and egg salad. You know, I made that kind of stuff. I love tuna with egg in it. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Hello there, Miss Pamela. How are you doing? You can spray paint them marshmallows. Yeah. I was looking at marshmallows the other day in at Walmart. They have Dr. Pepper, they have chocolate, Neapolitan. They have a bunch of different ones. Well, actually, I don't eat hardly any eggs no more. I had what I ended up throwing the last half a dozen I bought away because I bought them and never used them. I'm talking, you know, raw eggs because I used to like to eat scrambled eggs for breakfast. I'm doing good today. And so I'd buy half a dozen eggs and eat them in 3 days. I didn't eat them every day. I'd eat them every other day. But yeah, used to love eggs fried mostly. And then when I quit frying food, I had to use an alternative, and I'd cook them in the microwave. You know, just scramble them up in a plastic bowl and cook them in the microwave. And but it got to the point I just couldn't take eating another egg. So I had 4 eggs in the fridge, and they stayed in there for months and months. So I said, well, I think I'll buy me some more eggs. So I threw them away and ordered another half dozen, and they stayed in the fridge, and I never did even touch one of them. And I needed the space on the shelf, so I threw them away and hadn't bought eggs since. But if I do buy eggs again, I'm gonna buy me another half dozen of them hard boiled eggs because I do like hard boiled eggs. Did you see that video where you put the egg, you put a hard boiled egg, you hard boil it, you peel it, put it in the microwave for, I can't remember, you have to look it up and see, but you put it in the microwave for so many seconds, and as soon as you put it on a plate and pierce it or cut it, it explodes. Have y'all seen that? Look it up. That was so. What I do, I just split it in half and then put it in the microwave to warm it up. Because, like I said, I do like just plain hard boiled eggs. Yeah. I wanted some fried eggs so bad, but I just can't make myself fry them. Tie a string around the egg, make them strip. Well, yeah, I'd love to have fried eggs, Rex, but I just don't fry food anymore. I'm gonna have to fry that hamburger for them tacos, though. Yeah, I looked at that at Walmart. Them egg cookers. They have them where it'll hold 7 eggs, and you can hard boil them, and you can also use a cooker to steam vegetables with. That's what I liked about it. And then Walmart, I can order one for right at say $10. They're not bad priced. Oh, Stripes. I was wondering about that. How do you make a chicken egg strip? Hey there, Patty P. How you doing? We talking about chicken egg stripping. No, we're talking about the cost of eggs, how expensive they got. And the chickens didn't actually increase in price. It was just the eggs. Now go figure that one out. I'm just funning you, Becky. I ain't meaning no harm. Now, I tell you, the last 2 days I've been having fits with spelling, leaving letters off. And what was it yesterday? I was typing something and I went back to look. I don't know how that come out, how that ended up. I had letters in there. It was nowhere close to even what I meant. I had to erase the whole thing. I was only going to do this for a couple of hours. I get to talking and having such a good time. I just don't want to quit. I don't talk to nobody. I talk to the cats. They never talk back. So only time they communicate with me is when their bowl's empty. And it's not good communication then. I just realized I know why I feel so good is I took the feel good pill. May not sleep tonight because of it. Sarah, he come up on stage just earlier tonight, and he's been streaming at nights also. Yeah. He streamed last night, I believe Thursday night. I've never had one of them, Patty. Never have. I've seen them. Oh, is that right? Okay. Yeah, I've never had a pickled egg in beet. Like I said, I've seen them. Oh, that's Hot Springs Village Fire Department's having pancake and sausage breakfast day. Anybody wants to come to Hot Springs Village? What's tickets sell? Adults are $10. Children 3 to 10 is $5. 4 years and under is free. All you can stand pancakes and sausage and coffee, juice and milk. Can't beat it. Going for a good cause. I'd say a good cause. I'm sorry, sacks of bologna POA that runs the place. But the guys that works there, the fireman there, I chatted with one this morning. Them guys are good guys. I grew up with a few of them. I've had regular pickled eggs. I've just never had them in the red beets. I've never had them that way. I've just had the plain regular pickled eggs. I like them. Yeah, he come on earlier this evening, and apparently he's having some issues. He was driving, and he come on and he didn't have any volume, so he left out. He made a couple of comments, and that was it in the comments. So I figured he was having uh, reception problems. You got a job or you want a job? I I don't have a job. I can't help you there. Well, Hot Springs Village is what 12 14, about 16 miles north of Hot Springs, Arkansas. That's where I worked for 30 years, is Hot Springs Village. I was a turdologist. I like just about anything pickled. You know, I used to eat pickled pig feet with my first father-in-law. What accent? I don't have an accent. there's the vegetables. I can't remember what they call that. That's pretty dang good there. I ain't kidding you. Yeah, the carrots and cauliflower and what else in there? All kinds of different vegetables pickled. Man, that's good stuff. You sit down with a jar of it with some pickled pig feet, sit there and gnaw on that pig foot and eat them vegetables. California blend, is that what it's called? I couldn't remember what it's called. All I know is good stuff. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. You like sausage, pork chops, pork ribs? You like all that stuff? Yo, oh, chow chow. Yummers. I wouldn't eat no chitlins. Them things just flat out nasty. I know where they come from. They attach to the tooter. If it's anywhere near that tooter, I ain't gonna be part of it. Yeah, if you like bacon, sausage, pork chops, all that, you know, then you wouldn't like pig feet. There ain't nothing like pig feet. Yeah, it ain't nothing like pig feet. Pig feet's something on its own. It ain't nothing like the rest of the pig. Yeah, hog jowl, I eat that. I don't care. In fact, I got some in the freezer right now. Shh, don't tell nobody. I ain't supposed to have it. You take and put that in the frying pan and fry it up. Sit here eat it like potato chips. Oh yeah, good stuff. I've never had that either, Patty. I, they use intestines for sausages, smoked sausage, things like that. A lot of companies still do lamb's intestines, things like that. But the stomach, I've never tried. I know there's a name for it because they'll stuff it with rice and other things. I know what you're talking about. Hey Sarah, do you like bacon? I don't understand people's thoughts of hog jowls. If you got you a good old smoked hog jowl, you can't tell the difference between it and bacon. You really can't. You take hickory smoked bacon and smoked hickory hog jowls, and it's the same thing. It just comes from a different part of the body. Are you American? Don't like bacon? Huh. Wow. I'm sorry. I've never met or talked to anybody that actually didn't like bacon. Never have. It's a new one on me. And I respect, I respect that. But you just threw me off guard. No, 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 Becky. No, 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 no. Really? You don't like the texture? That's a new one on me. I haven't either, Patty. That's what I was saying. I've never known anybody. Scott don't like bacon. Wow, it's new on me. Yeah, that's the only thing, and I didn't want to put that out there. Me and Boudin don't have a good relationship. I tried Boudin twice, and twice did I not like it. Yuck. Well, that's a new one on me, Sarah, because I I've never known anybody that didn't like bacon. They have different flavored bacons and all. And if it's the texture, I know. That's fine word, isn't it, Sarah? But I'm the same way with foods to textures. There's certain foods that I don't care for just because of the texture of it. Grits. I don't like grits. Whatever. I cannot stand them because of that gritty texture. That's one I've tried the beef bacon, the turkey bacon. I don't care for them at all. I just don't like the flavor of them. Yeah, I don't. When I was growing up, we didn't have a whole lot of money, and mom would make rice, oatmeal, or cream of wheat. And I used to like cream of wheat better than I did rice or oatmeal. Well, I hadn't had it since I was a little kid. Yeah, don't knock it till you try it. Anyway, what was it? 2 or 3 years ago, I was doing my grocery shopping online like I do every week, every day nearly, and I come across a box of cream of wheat. I said, I'm going to get a box of that because I hadn't had that since I was a little kid. Back then, I really did like it. So I got it. I cooked me up a batch of it, doctored it up like mama did, brought it out here to my desk, sat down, and took the first bite of it. And I thought, holy moly, that I I didn't eat it. I threw it away. And that box stayed in that bedroom till Jeremy cleaned the bedroom out. Here's another secret. I had a guy, one of my best friends in my life ever, worked for the same company, and he was just a big outdoorsman person. And he always talked about this lady that lived in Malvern that could bake a possum. And so he says, next time I'm over there, I'm going to take her a possum and have her cook it, and I'll bring you some. And I just thought he was being BSing me, and I never did think no more about it. Well, a couple of months later, he comes out to the plant. He gets out of his truck, and he's got something in his hand wrapped up in aluminum foil. He brings it over to me, and he hands it over to me. And I says, "What's this?" He says, "This is that possum we was talking about." Oh my gosh. So when he left, I just took it over to the dumpster and threw it in the dumpster. There was no way I was even going to try that possum. No way. So I've never have tried it that I know of. You know, I have my best buddies live just a couple of houses down from us. Their parents were really poor, so they ate what they caught, trapped, or grew. That's how they ate. And so I did not know what I was actually eating. Most time I'd eat brown beans and cornbread. That's about the only thing I'd eat from their house. And they could have been using possum or raccoon to season the beans with. I don't know. I didn't eat the beans or the meat. I just eat the beans. And they were really good. Now, gator is not like chicken. Yeah. No, it's not. Gator is not good. I've tried it 3 times. Three. And no, it's not like chicken. It's like rattlesnake. Do you think rattlesnake's like chicken? No, rattlesnake is like rattlesnake. No. No, I don't like gator either. I had a beefalo burger. Now that was really good. There was a little restaurant up Highway 7 going to Branson that when we were growing up, we'd go up to a little theme park up there up in northern Arkansas called Dog Patch. And so we always would stop at this one location. It's called Booger Holler. Yeah, Booger Holler. And we would eat. They had a little cafe, a little ice cream shop, things like that. And they had a smokehouse. They had the best smoked hams you could find on the planet. So they had beefalo burgers. And I remember having them, and they were really good. Armadillo. Yeah, I've never had duck that I know of. Possibility I did. I just don't remember it. And I've always heard it was real greasy. I don't know. I just can't remember having it. I've never had frog legs. Frog legs at a pizza shop. What a combination. Uh, Bison, you know, I've never had pure buffalo or bison. I've had it mixed with the beef. I would like to try it. You know, I know they sell them, but I've never bought them. And there's no restaurants around here that has them. I tell you what, you just can't beat a good old Black Angus steak. That's some good eating there. I don't care for as a hamburger. I just like a plain old greasy burger. I don't want none of that hamburger that you have to pour grease in the pan to cook it. I don't like that. What is it? 73.27 is the most fat you can get in ground beef now. I think that's what it is. I wish they still had the 50-50 or the 60-40. That's when it was good old greasy ground beef. But you can't get that no more around here. Really, Scott? That's awesome. You can tell you ain't no Southern girl. More grease, the more better. Get you some bacon grease, fry you up a skillet full of fried taters, fry you up some eggs. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they are. The I buy the Chuck burger. Sarah, I used to back when I was still working, we we have we had three freezers, okay? Three freezers, two deep freezers and one fridge freezer combo. We had one freezer for bacon, and that was a deep freeze in the bedroom. We have a spare bedroom, and I had it plugged in. We kept bacon and sausage back there. And the reason why we had so much of that is because my ex-wife, she worked at grocery stores. When they'd have the sales on the bacon, they would always call her on the intercoms and say, "Hey, we're fixing to put this bacon out. If you want it, you need to come back and get it." And she may come home with 3 or 4 grocery bags full of bacon. Throw it in the freezer. You can freeze it, even though it's getting close to out of date. You can freeze it; it's still good for a couple months. So we ended up with a freezer full of sausage and bacon. When I cooked bacon, which was at least 3 times a week, and a lot of them was 3-pound packages. So I would cook the whole 3 pounds. I'd sit there at the stove, cook a pound and a half, and eat it while I'm cooking the other, and then sit there and have a plate full of bacon with eggs. Yeah. Then I got a grease pot that I dumped the grease into after I cooked, and then that way, when I wanted to cook fried okra, squash, fried potatoes, whatever, I'd pour that grease in the pan and fry my vegetables in it. I'd fry green beans, corn. I fried everything. And then after I got divorced, I just quit cooking. My cooking involved a microwave. And here, what has been 8 months, I've just now started trying to cook. I bought a air fryer oven. It air fries, broils, bakes, all of that business. Well, that's what I bought, and that's how I cook. I'll put it on a pan and put it under either the broiler or the bacon. I usually just broil it. Becky, I've been looking at that. I've had it on my grocery list probably 10 or 15 times, and every time I order the groceries, I take it off because I know I'm going to buy it and I'll never use it. How many times have I bought potatoes and say I'm going to fry some potatoes? What, 5 or 6 times now? And I end up throwing them away because they sit up on top of the refrigerator and rot. It's like now I've got 2 tomatoes in my refrigerator that I'm gonna have to use them because if I don't, they're gonna rot. I'm bad about fresh vegetables. I'll buy them thinking I'm gonna use them, and then end up they'll rot before I use them. Hey Tina, how you doing? But yeah, I've looked at it, and I thought, well, I'll just buy it, but I never do because, like I said, I won't use it. Oh, you sick? Taters and onions, you betcha. What kind of onion you use? I like just about any onion that there are, but I don't like a Spanish onion. I don't care for it. But any other onion that's on the market, I like. Yeah, that I don't want to have potatoes in my yard. They just rot underground. There you go. Vidalia is all the way from me. I love cooked vidalias. You remember old Sammy Kershaw had a good song, Vidalia. The old gal got named Vidalia. White, yellow, and red. Yeah, I like them. I like them too. Like I said, I just don't care for the Spanish onion. It has a flavor that I'm not fond of. I used to make a dish, and I started out making it, baking it, and then it turned out to be my stew at the end because there's so much work involved with it. And I was told it's called German potato salad, which I don't see any potato salad. German potato salad in my mind's what we get out of the store or at the barbecue place. I take russet potatoes, slice them into like potato chips, about yay thick, and I'd slice them up, and then I'd take my smoked beef sausage, and I would cut it in, little coin medallion size, and then I'd take Rotel tomatoes, bell peppers, and onions. I would take a saucepan, not a saucepan, one of them rectangular bacon dishes, and I'd layer potatoes down first. I'd put a little layer of Rotel tomatoes on the bottom. Then I'd put potatoes, and I'd put the sausages, and then I'd put bell peppers and onions, and then put another layer of Rotel tomatoes, and then do it again: potatoes, sausage, bell peppers, and onions, and then Rotel tomatoes. And then I pour a can of tomato sauce on the whole top of it. Then I'd throw it in the oven and bake it. Cover it with aluminum foil for the first hour or so, then uncover it, and then let it brown the top. That was really good, but I hadn't made it in years. So I got lazy about cutting potatoes and all that business. So I started buying canned sliced potatoes. Put 2 cans of potatoes and slice up the sausages and put a can of Rotel tomatoes and some diced tomatoes and tomato sauce. Season it with Cajun seasoning. Oh, I make my meated soup. Oh, that's so good. If I had it right now, I'd eat a gallon of it. I could put it in my bathtub. I got a bathtub that's not being used. Make a garden inside the house. I don't like tater tots, Patty. I'd never heard about a tater tot casserole until I was watching the Duggars on TV. You know, they're from up North Arkansas. They had the reality TV show. The oldest son, Josh, got put in prison, you know. That's what they always ate was tater tot casserole. But no, I don't like tater tots. Really don't like French fries no more. I don't really like potatoes. Period. I can't say all potatoes because I don't know. I hadn't ate them in so long. Yeah, I wouldn't have to water anything. I just turn the tub on and let the water run over the top of the dirt, or turn the shower on and spray them. Is that right? You know, I was wanting some scalloped potatoes, and so I got on Walmart looking. My brother told me he was getting them there at Walmart, frozen. You know, scalloped potatoes. So I got on there looking, and Great Value had they called it scalloped potatoes, Great Value brand. So I ordered it, got it home, and looked, and sure enough, it was tater tots cooked scalloped wise. And so I never have even took them out of the freezer since I got them. But there's another brand that has actual potatoes, you know, like a regular scallop potato should be. But they're so expensive. Crap, well, they $8 for the one. Sometimes I'm a little bit stingy when it comes to my money. I spend $8 and I may not like it. I'll be back in just 1 second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yes, hash browns. This is the crazy thing. I love shredded hash browns. I love them. I don't like tater tots. And basically, it's the same thing. It's just how it's, a tater tot's a tot and the hash browns are scattered. I'm not a big fan of the tater tot or the hash brown cakes. I don't care for them either, unless it's from McDonald's. Theirs is the only ones I like. But I hadn't had them in forever. Well, not forever. Last year I had some. That's one place I've been wanting to go is Waffle House. They have the best hash browns on the planet, in my opinion, because you get to order them the way you like them. Plus, you get a show while you're waiting on your food. Out. Yeah, Dad and I, for several years, every Friday morning, we'd go to Waffle House. We had two restaurants that he and I would go to breakfast on Friday mornings. And Waffle House was one. And there's a little cafe restaurant out here by us. Used to be called the Three Pines. And I'd went there forever. That's when before I worked at the POA, I did house gutters, and on rain out days, I would go down there and eat breakfast with the firemen. The fire department dubbed it as their coffee shop. So I knew all the old timers would be down there. So I'd leave work and go down there and sit around, shoot the bull with them and drink coffee and eat breakfast. And what was I, 20s, early 20s, up until they closed down in 2000. That's how long I went there. But anyway, if Dad didn't want Three Pines, we'd go to town, or if he needed to go to town for something, or myself would have to, we would skip Three Pines and just go on in and go to Waffle House and then go to wherever we needed to go. And so that was the two we basically ate breakfast at. And when the pandemic hit, Three Pines closed down. The owner of it, we knew, he's a family friend, and he was getting up to the age. He was already talking about retiring. His daughter, oldest daughter, worked with him, but she didn't want to carry on the restaurant. She didn't want the responsibility. So when the pandemic hit, he just closed her down and retired, and he never did open it back up. So that's one of the restaurants I do miss, because that was such good food, good company. It just a good little place to go. All right, Tina. Well, you have a good one. Thank you for popping on for a little bit. We'll talk at you again. My omelets, I like them everything. I don't care. Everything. Every meat, every vegetable, all of it. I guess you'd call it a trash can omelet. That's what I like. When was making scrambled eggs, I was using Rotel tomatoes in it. I love that. I ain't kidding you. But yeah, I think what ruined me on tater tots, because I used to make them here at the house too, every once in a while, was a couple of times we have a Sonic out here just a couple minutes from the house. And I would go down there a lot because, being by myself, I didn't want to cook. So I wanted something that was so called hot. I'd run down to Sonic and get a burger or a foot long hot dogs and tater tots. Well, the last two times I got them, they were cold, soggy, just nasty. And I tried to eat them, and it just made me sick to my stomach. And after that, I just didn't want no more. Couldn't even stand the sight of them. But I bought some French fries not long ago, some frozen ones here at the house, because I buy these chuck steaks, and I really like them. We get good ones here at our Walmart, so that's where I buy them. They're cheap, they're good, and you get a couple meals out of a pack of them. So it had been a long time since I'd had French fries at home, and so I bought a bag of them and start off with, I knew I didn't like air fried French fries. They're not the same. But anyway, I bought a bag of the Great Value brand, and because they're the cheapest, and I knew if I didn't like them, I would be. It's only $2 wasted. Anyway, I cooked a batch of them fries, and well, needless to say, the bag's still in the freezer. I got to throw it away because they're nasty. I miss deep fried food. I miss fried food, period. What's it been? 2 years, over 2 years, 3 years now that I've fried food here at the house. And I don't eat fried food out. Last time I had French fries, that I used to love Burger King's French fries. What, a few years ago, I was craving about how good Burger King French fries was. Well, I went to Burger King a few weeks ago. I don't remember exactly when, but anyway, I went to Burger King. I got a Whopper meal, and sure enough, I ate three French fries, and they tasted so gross. I quit eating them. I ate between a quarter and a half of a hamburger. Couldn't eat it, so I ended up throwing that away. So, needless to say, me and hamburgers out fast food don't get along no more. I don't like them. Oh yeah, that's what I used to do. I would put I'd do my eggs. Then when they was about done, I'd drain the liquid off the Rotel tomatoes. I've got a strainer just perfect size for a can of that Rotel, and I'd let it drain over the sink. And then when it's time to add it to the eggs, they wasn't all wet and moist. In other words, wet. And so then I'd mix it into the eggs. And oh man, it was awesome. Oh, don't forget the Spam. Uh-huh. Spam Rotel scrambled eggs. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't got no hearing aid. I'd forgot about Spam, and there at the weeks back, I was just buying a little, they make an envelope, a single serving Spam pack, and that's what I was getting. And actually it wasn't enough. And used to, you could buy half a can. They sold half cans, and they still do. They just don't stock it up here. And so the last can I bought a month or two ago, I ate that whole can. It took me 3 days, but I ate the whole can of it. So I got a can of Spam on my grocery list now. How you doing, Brent? Long time no see. I love corned beef. Oh, you're not kidding. I love it. The corned beef hash, the Hormel brand, that's what I like. You can eat that stuff right out of the can. Good stuff. I've mixed it with my scrambled eggs. I used to fry eggs and mix it with my fried eggs on my plate. Yeah, I like it. A lot of people put ketchup on it, and I don't do that. I see people putting ketchup on eggs. Now, that's gross. Yeah, I put tomatoes, but I don't put old ketchup on it. I don't use ketchup for nothing. Yeah, like if I have a hot dog, it'll either be mayonnaise or it will be mustard. No, there won't be no ketchup touch my weenie. Yeah, no ketchup on my weenie. I had a buddy that was a German, and oh my gosh, he fussed and fussed. We'd be at a restaurant, it wasn't a restaurant, it was like fast food. We'd be in there eating a hamburger, and he'd see somebody put ketchup on a hamburger. Oh, he would fuss. Oh, he would fuss. He said, that ain't supposed to have ketchup on it. That's mustard only. I just look at him and open the bottle of ketchup, put it on my burger, and say, ain't nothing wrong with it. What are you going to do about it, You eat it your way, I eat it my way. I like mayonnaise and ketchup's what I put on mine. And every once in a while, when I'd make them at home, I'd put mustard with dill pickle chips or hamburger chips in a big old slice of onion. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I'm glad to see we had a nice little crowd tonight. Hey, Becky, how does he can chicken and beef? How does he do that? I've wondered how that was done. I know you do it at, by the store, but how do you do it at home? I don't know that grandma ever canned, meats. I know she had canned food underneath her house in the crawl space of the house. When we was kids, we'd have to crawl underneath the house to get. Uh, they had a big potato patch, and we'd bring potatoes to their home, and we'd have to crawl underneath there and lay the potatoes across the ground underneath the home, and she'd put canned food underneath there. And but I don't ever remember her canning meats. All right, Patty. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. You have a great night, and we'll see you on the next one. Is there a additive that you put in the? What do you use? Do you not put any kind of liquid in the jars? You just put the meat itself in there. Like I said, I've heard of canned meats. Back when when we were kids, she got food commodities, and she would get a whole chicken, and there was something else that she got that was canned, but I can't remember what it was. I know they can bacon. I've seen canned bacon on Guy Fieri's grocery games, because that was one of the secret ingredients at one time. A can of bacon. Okay, well, I didn't know. Grandma, she would pressure cook the canning jars, and get them sterilized real good. Then she would put the vegetables in some kind of liquid. I don't remember. Then she'd put all the jar lids on, and then she'd pressure cook them again to seal them. But I know, like pickles, she put vinegar and uh, red chili flakes. Dill, I think it was. If it's bread and butter, she'd put sugar. She made different kinds of pickles. I remember that. Yeah, salt's probably the oldest preservative there is. Back in the day, they would just pile salt on their meat and fish and throw it underneath the front porch. Keep the dogs and varmints run off from getting it. Yeah, I did learn that. Well, I may be from the South, but I did get a little learning. Yeah, I did get a little learning. Why is that not closing? Oh. Yeah, they preserved food back in the Roman days with salt. They even preserved people with salt back in them days too. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Cougs. Well, is the basketball game over with? Holy cow. Some guy got a big old catfish out of his front yard from the floods. Holy cow. That thing got to be 40, 50 pounds. Here's a post on Facebook. Elon came to Washington, flipped all the lights, and all the cockroaches are running around panicking. That's funny. Walter Clayton. I can't see comments just yet. Let me fix my screen so I can read both pages. I bet that would be real good. Canned hot dogs. Oh, Florida lost. Oh, no. What's the difference between an Italian chicken and an American chicken? Is it the wee wee? That's another thing I've been wanting is some good old fried chicken. I was going to put a post on Facebook earlier and post a picture of some fried chicken, some good old Southern fried chicken, and Mexican casserole, Mexican chicken casserole. And I was going to headline it. Can somebody make this and bring it to my house, please? And then post it. See if anybody volunteered to make me some of that food and bring it to me. I figured you used Italian dressing in it or something like that. I've had baked chicken with Italian dressing in it. That's freaking good. I've never had oven fried chicken. I know my son cooks his chicken that way. He says it's just as crunchy as fried on top of the stove. I've seen on TV, there's restaurants, it may be in Tennessee, where a lady, that's how she cooks her chicken, is in the oven. She fries it in big oven pan and puts it full of grease and fries it that way. Yeah, that's how we did it too. That's good stuff. I like that. I love Italian dressing though. Period. I like it. That's how my mom, she used to use corn chips or even Lay's potato chips to bread. What was it? She breaded pork chops. Um, Used it for a lot of things, and one of the things that I hadn't had since Mom made it was a tuna casserole. That's she'd put crunched up corn chips on top of her tuna casserole and then bake it. That was freaking awesome. Yeah, she used to make tuna patties, tuna casserole, tuna fish, salad. Any way tuna fish could be made, she made it. You ever took a can of spam and baked it like an oven or like a ham? I remember her. She would put honey and put some cloves in a block of spam. She'd make 3 blocks of spam, and she'd make them all that way and put them in the oven and bake them. You ever had that? I use spam for a lot of things. Yes, I do. I love spam. Never had meatloaf with cheese in it. I don't like nobody's meatloaf but my own. Well, Brookshire's up here. Their meatloaf that they make, I like it. It's okay, but the only thing is they put ketchup on the top. I grew up on potted meat sandwiches. I got 3 or 4 cans of potted meat on my pantry right now. I don't put ketchup on just about anything. The only thing I would put it on is a hamburger. And like I said, I put mayonnaise and ketchup on a hamburger. No, I don't use ketchup on anything. I tried barbecue sauce. When I'd make the barbecue, the meatloaf, I would put a lot of recipes call for ketchup inside the meat when you mix it up. Well, I would use barbecue sauce, and then once I cooked it, and when it's about ready, when you add ketchup to the top, well, I'd put barbecue sauce on top, and it was okay that way. I liked it better than ketchup, but myself, I just like meatloaf plain. Then the next day when I make my meatloaf sandwich, then I put mayonnaise on it. When I was in elementary school, my mom, when we'd go on field trips when we was in elementary school, that was a big thing for me because I knew I was going to get a potted meat or a Vienna sausage sandwich wrapped in aluminum foil, a canned cola wrapped in aluminum foil, put in a paper bag, lunch bag, to take with me on the field trip. That was it. No chips, no fruit, no candy, just a sandwich and a Coke. That was it. And you you could have gave me $1 million and I wouldn't have been any happier than I was getting that sandwich and Coke wrapped in aluminum foil in that paper bag. Because that was a treat for me. Like I said, we were poor. So we didn't get that. You know, I remember when we were little, my mom would cook supper, and back then she could cook. You could buy hot dogs individual. The grocery store that she went to, in the meat market, you could buy hot dogs individual. She'd buy 2 hot dogs, and Dad would get a whole one, and my brother and I would split one. She wouldn't have one, and that was maybe once a month, maybe twice a month. Other than that, we had vegetables. We had every once in a while when my great uncle would slaughter hogs, he would give grandma some sausage and bacon to give to Dad and us, and we'd have it. But other than that, we didn't have much at all. The vegetables we'd get, grandma, like I said, always canned, and we'd get the vegetables from her because my dad worked driving a cement mixer truck, and he didn't make a whole lot of money. Mom didn't work because she stayed at home with us kids. And so I remember them days just plain as can be because I was little bitty, but I remember them. No, no, no. It wouldn't be better with cheese. No. It's better with them 2 pieces of bread wrapped around it. Let me show you something real quick. Let me go. You want to see how much I like Vienna sausages? Most time, I buy the little cans. Okay, I know it's a great value brand, but they're good too. Well, then most of the time, I buy the big cans. See the difference? That's how much I like Vienna sausages. Right out of the can. Mm-hmm. I like them. Yeah, I could be sitting here at the desk and open a can of them up and just eat them. I don't know if y'all get them or not, but Circle B sausages. They have hot links. They have like a sausage, smoked sausage. Both of them are really good, but the hot links are really hot. I like getting the sausage, just a regular sausage. They are freaking good. You know, they have the casing like the old fashioned Franks had on them. They were tied together, you know. Well, that's what they are, and I really like them. I don't get them a whole lot. I used to take these to work with me in my lunch bags because I could open them up, suck the juice out of them, drink it, whatever, and just eat them while I was driving the truck, you know. Finger food. And then if I was going to stop somewhere for 30 minutes for my mandatory 30-minute lunch break, I'd have Pringles or something like that, the little cans of Pringles. Kept them in my lunch bag too. I didn't have a lunch bag. I had a lunch suitcase. And I'd sit there and eat either potted meat or my Vienna sausages with them cheddar flavored Pringles. I used to eat mayonnaise and mustard on hamburgers, but for some reason, since I've had to, since I've changed my medicine and all that, a lot of food I don't like anymore, and it's hard for me to eat anymore. I couldn't, I just couldn't eat mustard. Mustard was yucky anymore. So I started trying ketchup with mayonnaise, and that was something combination I could actually eat with. I think I think Vienna sausages is good with just about anything. You know, you could actually surf and turf Vienna sausages and shrimp. That would be good. Becky, did you send her that picture of that canned possum? Did you send Sarah that picture? Ah, I was wondering if that was one of you sent her. um, I don't I don't eat a whole lot of pasta. Period. In the last year, I bought some frozen spaghetti. I don't even remember Banquet. I think it was Marie Callender's. I think had some. I think I bought it, and the Banquet I like. But that's the spaghetti I've had. I broke down a month or so ago and bought a 4 pack of spaghetti and meatballs, Franco American. Why, yes, I did. You missed out on my discussion the other day about when I was a kid, neighbor kids that lived through the woods from us, we grew up together, and they were kind of poor too. And we'd go down, brother and I'd go down there and stay the weekend with them. And Saturday morning, their mom would get up and make scrambled eggs with squirrel brains. And that was a delicacy for us back then. Frozen spaghetti. Yes, ma'am. Don't knock it till you try it. That's good stuff. You know, Banquet might be cheap, but it's pretty good stuff. I like Banquet products. They have a fried chicken, an 8-piece fried chicken in a box. You bring it home, it's frozen. And put it in that air fryer and heat it up. And you can talk about some good fried chicken. Yes, ma'am. Good stuff. Oh, I see. I eat that as a kid too. Fried rabbit, squirrel and dumplings. You know, yeah, I've ate a lot of stuff in my life that most people would say ooh to. But as I remember, fried rabbit was pretty good. Fried squirrel was pretty good. Just wasn't a whole lot of it there to eat. Well, Sarah, it's kind of like this. You eat what you have to survive. And unfortunately, that's the way it was here. And not being around store-bought food, you don't know any difference. I didn't get real food, what most city slickers call food, until I was in school. You know, cafeteria food was the first time I was eating city slicker real food. Because before then, I was eating whatever my parents and grandparents could get. I hate to say this. I'm not proud of it. I'm not. I remember actually eating horse sausage. Yeah, that's how bad it was here. You know, it wasn't all peaches and cream for my family. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. There's I know we're not the only parts of the United States it's just it was that way. Um, it's all over, you know. Times were hard everywhere, and you had to do what you could do to survive. But growing up young like that, and if you're not exposed to it, you don't know no different. You really don't. And a lot of people actually are still that way. They don't buy store manufactured foods. Well, you take the Amish, you know, Patty, Patty Peach, you know, she's right there and she can tell you all kinds of stories. And I've had Amish food and stuff, and it is so much better than what you get out of the stores and restaurants because it doesn't have all the additives and preservatives. It's pure animal food. And there's a lot of places people, I could probably count. I think I know some people that still live off the earth. They don't buy food. And they're right here close to me. They raise the stock, they grow the vegetables and all of that. It's all, they take care of it all. And that's the healthiest way to do it, Becky. Grow it yourself, raise it yourself, process it yourself, can it. That's the healthiest way. My son has chickens. He's trying to give me chicken eggs just right and left. I told him I just throw them away. I won't eat them. I used to like venison, but I don't care for it. It's mentally now. It's still good, but I can't eat it because I have deer running around my house. And I cannot make myself eat it because I would see the deer that I watch every day. I'm thinking in my mind that's what I'm eating right now is the beautiful animals outside. What's that? The eggs? Yeah, that's the worst thing you can do is wash a fresh egg. As long as you keep it unwashed, and it'll last for months, unrefrigerated. And people, a lot of people don't know that when they're processed, taken to these processing houses, that's the first thing they do is wash them. And that takes that membrane off the shell, to makes it exposed to the air, the conditions, and that's what makes them rot. That's just one thing we never had a whole lot of was pastas and Mom didn't start making spaghetti till my dad, he quit driving that mixer truck and started selling used cars. And he worked for a company that sold used cars, and he worked his way up through the ranks. And the owner started selling Honda cars and Honda motorcycles, Suzuki motorcycles, and I'm talking new cars, Subaru cars. And once the owner started selling all that, he made my dad general manager of the whole business. Excuse me. That's when we started living high on the hog. That's when I was introduced to all kinds of foods. Spaghetti. All right, egg ladies, let me ask you this. Can you fry an egg in the microwave? Can you take and crack an egg, put it on a dish, and fry it in your microwave? Make it turn out like you put it in a skillet and fried it? Can you do that? I know the answer to it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You got it right. I seen it done. I'd have never believed it, but I actually seen it with my own two eyes. I always thought you could only scramble an egg in a microwave, but once I seen it done, yeah, you can do it. Also, when you cook them in the frying pans, I learned this trick by seeing it on TV. If you like sunny side eggs, but you don't like the whites being runny, real runny, put a lid over the top of that skillet while it's cooking. It'll keep the egg yolk yeller and the white will cook through. Yeah, I saw that done too. Yeah, you could either put margarine, you can actually use cooking spray, uh, canola oil, just some kind of lubricant oil put on your plate. Really? I see. I didn't. I was always taught to not to put metal in microwaves, but you stop and think these. I've got a bowl over here of chili mac, and you peel the top off. It's like the old. Well, it's like the canned vegetables you get now. It's got a top with the ring. You pull the top off with your finger. Well, that's what this container has. You take the top off, but the ring is still metal that stays on the container. You put it in the microwave. How it's really come a long way. Microwave safe metal. Let me write this down because I want to look into this pan you're talking about. Let me get some kind of writing device. Okay. Metal grill for microwave. Micro pro grill. Micro pro grill. Yeah, okay, I wrote it down. I'm gonna check into that because that would be. I would love to have one of them. Excuse me. I can tell it's getting late because I'm coughing more. I don't know why I do that. Later it gets, the more I cough. Where's that at? Come on, where you at? There you are. Let's see here. Be making fun of my chicken packing. Well, I'll have to, let's see what that is. Let's see what that is. Here's one. Good Cook Everyday Microwave Grill. I'll look into this further when I got time. I was going to say the ones that popped up was $200 and something. Oh, that's okay, Sarah. I talk a big talk. Chances are I'd never freaking use these things. But it's good to know that something like that's out, because I'd have never imagined. I've got a bacon cooker for the microwave. I never use it. It's easier for me just to put it on a paper plate with some paper towels and cook my bacon that way. See, that's how I cook bacon, is in the microwave. I don't fry it. Like I say, I just don't fry anything. Nothing whatsoever. It's either baked, broiled, or put in the microwave. And that's it. And I've always liked broiled meat. I've had it for many, many years because I'd already started working on my health 20 years ago, And so the only foods that I would fry would be bacon and eggs and hamburgers. And that's it. Everything else was cooked in the oven. Don't forget my fried potatoes, fried cabbage, and Polish sausage. Dadgummit, don't get my mind thinking. I'll think all kinds of food I used to fry. Hey, Deborah, you have a good rest tonight and stay safe tomorrow if you're having to go to work. Hey, think of it this way. You bow to the point. Remember, December 31st. Then you could stay up as late as you want every night of the week. But thank you, Deborah. I appreciate you being in here with us. We'll talk at you again, okay? Since I've retired, days, nights, the only way I know is, hey, if it's dark, it's nighttime. And if it's daylight, it's daylight out. Okay, I'll check it out there too, Becky. But like I said, chances are, if I was to actually get one, it would just take space in my cabinet because I'd probably never use it. It's, like I said, I don't eat a whole lot to start with, and when I do, I have certain foods that I put in the oven and in either broil it or bake it. My vegetables I'll put in a bowl and put in the microwave to cook. So it's all good. But hey, Sarah, good talking to you tonight. You have a good evening, and hopefully you can catch us on the next one, okay? I appreciate it. Yeah, since I'm a proud owner of an Amazon account now, I always forget I got it, but every once in a while I'll get on Amazon and just check out certain things. Cat's over here snoring. Can you imagine me without my sleeping machine? I'll be snoring. I got 3 cats that snore. A house full of snoring. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I love my baby boys. They've helped me through some difficult times. Just them here being with me, you know. A lot of people don't like cats, but I guarantee you I'd rather have cats than I would dogs because, believe it or not, they're not as hard to take care of. They basically keep to themselves until they need food, and they'll bug you to death, come and pounce on you through the night, right in your belly, on your chest. Oh, wake up cussing, fussing, throwing water bottles at them. But the lesson there is make sure they got food before you go to sleep. Then you won't have that problem. But yeah, I've had these boys for a long time. They're getting to the age that I start worrying about them. You know, how am I going to be when I have to either put one down or one gets sick and something happens, you know? That's where I'm at now. You know, they're still healthy and they play and run around like they're still kittens, but still their age is getting up there. I've had the 2 brothers since they was little bitty kittens. Jordan, he was 5 years old when I got him. So hopefully, and you know, the last 3 cats I had, the beds were real tall. The cabinet, the counters and all that was real tall. So I've tried to make it to where the cats don't have to jump from high places, you know, because I think that's what caused 2 of the last 2 that I had for their backs to give out on them. Jumping from high spots. Did you hear me talking about you? Did you hear me talking about you? Yeah, you come over here to me. You heard me. Let us see. Okay, here I is. Here I is. It is, wow, nearly 12 o'clock my time. This has been the longest 2 hours, hadn't it? Actually, 3 hours. What was that? Something making some noise. I have really enjoyed this afternoon, this evening. And I appreciate all of you guys spending time with us this evening. We got Dennis to come in for a little bit. We had Kenny come on stage with us. That was awesome. I'd love to have more people come up on stage with us and have some fun. Becky, you have a great night. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. I really do. And Miss Judy, thank you. I appreciate you too. And you have a great night. Don't be looking good to them gators anymore. You hear me? You might ought to carry some chocolate in your pocket in case one gets after you again. What do you think? But everyone, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. And Dennis does too. You're the ones that keeps this going just by you being here, giving us all the likes and shares and everything. That's what keeps us going, okay? Keep up the great work. And until the next one, I'll talk to you later. Y'all have a great night and a better day tomorrow. All right, we'll talk to you again. Nah, we don't like gator here.